Kettle's on and the fire glows low. Yarn in a basket and a soft lamp's glow. A stack of stories waiting by the chair. Pull up a seat, there's magic in the air. Turn the page, cast the stitch. Every tale begins with just a little twist. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. Welcome friends, the tale begins with woolen words and kindred kin. So settle in, stay a while. Pearls and plot twists make us smile. Needles click in a gentle rhyme. Stories unfolding one line at a time. Heroes wander through forests deep, while blankets grow stitch by stitch. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. So cast a stitch and turn a page, another chapter on the stage. The yarn is warm, the story's true, and there's always room here just for you.
Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone today? Hello, Anne. How are you? How's your hand? I was looking for you the other day and I thought, oh gosh, I hope you're not suffering too much. Anne is saying that she finished Paradiso 17 yesterday, 5 stars, starting Judge Stone by Viola Davis and James Patterson this morning. I think I added Judge Stone to my TBR, my Goodreads, and because it looked quite good. I'm pretty sure I added it to my list. And Paradiso 17, is that was that one of the book list? I don't follow the book list. I count on you to tell me what's going on. So I'm wondering if that was one of the new ones that was on the new book lists that you were watching. I don't even know what they're called. That's how committed I am to the whole book list thing. I just read what people tell me to read. So, but that one looked good. I'm going to pull that up so that we can chat about it. 17. Interesting. All right. Pulled it up there so we can chat about it in a little bit. I hope everybody's having a good day. The Palestinian Man, it's on the Women's Prize for Fiction Law. I knew I had seen you saying something about it being on one of the lists, so I was like, this is like an important book, I think. But we'll pull it up here. All right, we've got the description there, so we'll chat about it in a little bit. If you have photos that you would like me to share of your work, of your crafts, of your pets, of your lunch, whatever, pop them into my Discord. And my little bot should wake up soon. I think when you're live for about 5 minutes, then it wakes up. So you can pop those into my Discord, and I'll put them up on the screen later on, as I'll get them all set up during the sprint so we can all share each other's stuff that we're doing. And hi, Black Widow. How are you? How are you? I hope you're having a good day. And Anne just came outside to read. Nice. I hope it's a nice day. We had thunderstorms through the night. Not the worst thing in the world. I love like dark, spooky weather. So to be curled up in bed with my little dog and like thunder and lightning, it was like, oh, this is cozy. This is nice. And it's been raining all day. So there'll be no outsidey stuff for me today. Until later, I'll need to go out, run some errands later. But yeah, if you let us know what you're reading. Hey, Lola. Let us know what you're reading. Oh, you were in my other live. I don't know what's going on. I'll tell you what it is. It's Restream, and we're going to switch back to StreamYard next week. Sorry. I know it's like, I even myself went to my channel. I'm like, it's not showing me as live. So I don't know what's going to happen here. Hopefully it sorts itself out, because I'm like, even looking at my channel, it shows like on the little box that I'm live, but not on the thing, on the circle, if you know what I mean. So I don't know. I don't know how to fix this problem. I've seen it on other channels where it's like there's 2 lives and people are trying to figure out what's going on. So I'm glad you made it here. Hopefully people will figure it out, because it's really annoying. And so what happened is, when I set up the Restream and it created a live. Good morning, Carmen. You new to the channel? Good morning. Knitting a pair of socks, drinking my coffee, and deciding what to read in April. That sounds like a perfect day. A perfect day. A little something on the needles, a little something to read, some coffee. I'm going to make myself a protein coffee on the first sprint to get the things going. And Carmen, where in the world are you? You said good morning, so you must be somewhere in North America, I'm assuming. So welcome. And I'll just remind everybody now, don't forget to click like and click subscribe. And that way we just keep growing here and just keep getting bigger and bigger and better and better. And so back to Lola on the other live. So I set up the Restream, and it showed an upcoming live that you could like put your notifications. I'm like, okay, great. But then when I went live, it set up a whole other stream, and that's where we are right now. So the one that looks like it's upcoming is not, like, I'll show you what I see. I don't know. And I don't know how to solve these problems. And I think it's the Restream. Because this doesn't happen when I use StreamYard, so I don't know how to get this to work. But I'll show you what I see. Okay. Go back to this. So you can see where, sorry, my ring light there. So it's not showing me live here, where normally there'd be a red circle. This is saying upcoming, but this is where I'm actually live. I do not know. I don't know how to make this work. Don't know how to make it work. So hopefully people figure it out. Carmen is in Washington State. Oh, on the West Coast. Nice. And Anne saying, I was disappointed when they announced the International Booker Prize shortlist this morning. Neither of the 3 I read made the shortlist. Oh, well. I don't even know if I've read a book on the list. So for everybody who's new here, Anne follows the book lists and tells us what to read. She's amazing. I love it. There's so many books that she's recommended that are in my TBR. So that's why I'm like, I don't know anything about the short lists, because I have Anne for that. Anne tells me what's on the short lists and the Booker Prizes and everything else. So now let us know what 3 you wished were on the list, or who had made the short list. Oh, I did. You know what? I didn't even notice that when I said it. I was not a Carmen San Diego girl, but now that you say it, I'm like, oh yeah, I see what I did there. See what I did. Very, very nice. So I am currently reading. It's not even, all right. Well, not Mean Streak by Sandra Brown. It was somebody was it Pacing Through the Pages? I think recommended it last week. She was reading it, and when we pulled up the description and read it, it was like, ooh, goosebumps, going to need this. So I'm still reading that. I started it that night, I think. I was reading Lemon Curd Killer. Yeah, I might not be a cozy mystery person after all. I really like thrillers and mysteries, but I have never really been into cozy. Like I haven't tried them, right? And so I've tried a few cozy mysteries. I have a bunch of October ones that I've got that I'm going to do videos about later on this year. They're October and autumn themed cozy mysteries that were really, really cute and sweet. I don't know. Lemon Curd Killer just wasn't, pages weren't turning. And I think it was just that it was focused way too much on the, like the details of a lunch more than the murder. Like it's almost like they keep forgetting there's like a dead woman in this story, and it's like it's a lovely little story. It takes place in Charleston, and all the little shopkeepers and the tea parties and the fashion shows and this and that. It's lovely, but it's meant to be a mystery with a murder, and somebody's murdered right at the start, and everyone seems to have forgotten that. So I don't know. It just isn't lighting me up as a mystery. And Anne is saying the books that she wished that were on the list were the Remembered Soldier. That I downloaded. It's on my e-reader. Women Without Men. I've heard of that one. And The Wax Child. I have not heard of that one. So it's The Remembered Soldier just sounds so good. It just sounds like such a beautiful story. Like I feel like it's the sort of story that would change me, that would make me a different person by the end of the story. That's the sense I got when we read the description here on my live a couple weeks ago. When I read it, I thought, oh, I bet I'm going to be a different person at the end of this story. So I'm really looking forward to that. I'll maybe read it over the summer. And Lola saying I got Mean Streak but did not start. It's not as tense as I thought it might be, but it's changing gears at a quick enough pace that it's keeping me interested and keeping me moving. And Black Widow is just going to drink coffee and read a book. What are you reading? What are you reading? And if you've, for everybody who just jumped in, if you want to pop your pictures of your work, your lunch, your book, anything, your pets, whatever, into my Discord, then we will share those pictures later on. We did that last week. It was a lot of fun. It was an awful lot of fun. So just Lola, if you'll do me a favor, when new people jump in later on, if I forget to say that, would you just please let them know in the chat to use the Discord. And I'll pop the link because I feel like the little bot doesn't know that we're live. I think it thinks we're live on the other one. So there's my Discord right there. Okay. And drink coffee and read a book. Let us know what you're reading. I watched... Lola's saying, I'm reading Acid Queen. It's a nonfiction. Is it good? We'll pull it up. Acid Queen. We'll use it for the next chatty bit. We'll do a sprint and then we'll talk about all the books we're reading on the next chatty bit. So a couple weeks ago, I watched a documentary on Netflix. It was really weird. It was really weird. It's called Don't Pick Up the Phone. And let me know if you have seen it. Because what I couldn't understand, I could understand the guy making the phone calls. Yep, we all are familiar with that. And I could understand a lot of it. But what I couldn't understand is the people who went along with it. So what this guy does is he calls from a payphone using a calling card. I don't even know if we have them in Canada. Maybe we do. A prepaid calling card. And so he would go to a phone booth and he would call like McDonald's or Taco Bell or, different sort of fast food restaurants. and he would pretend to be a police officer, and he would tell the manager of the store, the restaurant, that one of his staff, oh, there's a little bot. Little bot woke up. Yay! The little bot woke up. So he would tell the manager of the store that one of the staff has stolen money from a customer in the store, and that this man's a police officer. And he said, we can do this one of two ways, sort of thing. I can come in there and strip search your employee, or you can do it. What shocked me was the number of people who said, oh, I'll do it. Women and men. Not just a young female employee and an older male boss. Like, there was women too. And it's just the strangest thing. So the police, one police officer kind of solves half the case, and another police officer connects the rest of it. And they manage to figure out who it is and what they're up to and what's going on. And it is just the wild, like, do you know what I mean? Like, I could see if I was on the phone, if I get a phone call at work, and I've worked in places where, yeah, I would pick up the phone and talk to whoever was calling. If they said this, I would be like, yeah, you come in, you come do your job. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, oh yes, police officer, I'm going to do your job for you. I'd be like, no, you come in here and you do this. Right. And that would have been the end of the story, because he wouldn't have come in and he wouldn't have done it and nothing would have happened, because it was all fake. Right. So he's having these people actually strip search young women. And then these women, like, people aren't saying anything because they all believe they're the only one. And it wasn't until the story started to spread a bit that these girls, basically, like, some of them were teenagers, realized that they were not the only person. And then it builds momentum, and then it ends up in the courts. And it ended up that they really couldn't prove very much. Like, it was the people who managed the restaurants and then conducted the fake strip searches, they got charged. Yep, they got charged, absolutely, as they should. Like, who does something like, it's like just some random guy on the phone saying, yeah, I'm a police officer, you need to, and nobody checked, nobody verified. It was so bizarre. It was so bizarre. And I can't remember how many people actually did it, but it was a significant number. They were numbered. Like, they'd be like victim number 26, victim number 62, you know, like things like that. So yeah, if you're looking for something really wild to watch, that, and it was the way they connected all the dots, was just, that was some really good police work going on there. And they one of the girls ended up suing McDonald's, which was like, you know, going up against like the biggest company in the world kind of thing. And she sued McDonald's. And that was a really interesting, also very interesting part of the story, because it was like, where were all the failures in this? Like, everybody failed at every step of the way, and including the companies. So that was that was definitely, it was so interesting. And it's called Don't Pick Up the Phone if that is your jam. And it was just wild, absolutely wild. All right, where are we here? Oh, I've lost my little thing. There we go. All right, so that is 11:20 now in Southern Ontario on the last day of March. I can't believe that. That is a little bit crazy. Can't believe we're like a quarter of the way through the year. So yeah, I'm going to be reading today Sandra Brown. I'm going to be knitting another poppy pot holder. You can see I'm about halfway finished. So I'll be working on that today. I got 5 of the little strawberry purses done, and I just need to sew the little seeds on them. So that's them. I've got the ribbon, and I managed to find ribbon that was kind of close enough. This ribbon's sort of shiny, so it looks like it's a different shade of green, but it's actually quite close. So that's it. And then these can go off to the little girls. How cute is that? How sweet is that? So those are done. I just need to put the little seeds on them. And I made 5. This color, I need to find ribbon in this bright green. I went to the craft store, but they didn't have any in that shade. So I'll try again. We'll try again to find that ribbon. And that's what we have going on this morning, is some knitting, some reading, a little coffee. Gonna get some coffee. Yeah, the strawberries are so cute. Oh, and I'm going to do a knit along for the strawberry purse. It is a free pattern, so I'm going to film myself making this in three stages basically. So we'll start with the cast on, and then getting to the point of adding in the color work, and then we'll do the color work, and then we'll do the leaves, and then we'll finish it up. So I'm going to do a knit along, so watch for that video, and I will include the link to the pattern in that video. So I'm going to try to get it filmed this week, so that's why I've only got 5, because number 6 is a red one, and then I want to film myself, and I've got my overhead camera situation all ready to go. So that will be that, and I'll get that done. So yeah. And then Mean Streak is about a woman. She goes for a run. She's a marathon runner, and so she goes away for the weekend to do this huge run out in a mountainous region. It's in America somewhere, and then she goes missing. So she's being held captive by someone. Her husband's having an affair. There's all these other things going on, and she's completely disconnected from the world, and there's all kinds of weird things going on. So it's pretty good. It's a pretty good story. So that's what I am working on right now, and I'm going to go make a coffee. So why don't we sprint for an hour? Somebody's sending me a message. Yeah. Sorry, Lola just sent me a message there. And yeah, we're a quiet crowd today. I think because nobody realizes I'm live. Me. Oh well. Oh well. I'll when we're on the sprint, I'll put out a post saying that I'm live to jump in, and hopefully people will. So let's sprint until 12:30 EST. And so that's just over an hour, and that'll be a good chunk of stuff done. And we will, there we go. I'm just checking off everything that I've already said I wanted to talk about today, and we're going to dive into a sprint. If you would like some music, let me know, and I'll pop a video in there. People will find you. Oh, here's a fun fact for everybody. When you leave a Google review, I'm going to go to Anne here. Not pretentious at all. Not pretentious at all. I so appreciate that you share all of this with us, because I don't follow it. I wouldn't even know where to look to be following it. So I just know, Anne, how much I appreciate that you share these books with us and tell us your thoughts, so that we can decide whether we want to add them and read them, because I know there's a bit like the Remembered Soldier was, I almost started crying when I read the description. So that's why I thought, oh, I'm going to be a different person at the end of this. So yeah, I don't think you're being pretentious at all. I think we all have our niche interests. And for you, it's the book lists. And so I appreciate hearing about them and learning about all these books that I probably wouldn't have picked up or even known about, because I read what TikTok tells me to read sometimes. So yeah, please don't ever feel like you're being pretentious here. People will find you. Speaking of people finding me, so if you leave someone a Google review, just be aware that even if you use a fake name as like the screen name, what the average person might see, the person you left the review for can see your real name behind the scenes, that when they click on it to go and see all their reviews and decide if they're going to request that reviews be removed or anything else, just know they can see your real name. Yeah, we're just going to leave that there. Just know there was an incident and somebody, I guess, thought they were being very clever, and they were not. They were not. I out-clevered them. And there's my Discord again. Okay, the little bot woke up, so that's good. That's good. Little body bot decided to get on with it. All right, let's sprint till 12:30 Eastern time. I will put a thing there. There we go. And I'm gonna we'll take this off there. There we go. How's that? And if you want music, let me know and I will pop some music on. Okay, everybody, happy sprinting. Let me know what you're going to be working on, and we will see you in an hour and 4 minutes. All right, everybody. How did we do? I didn't read a single word. I was busy doing a whole bunch of other things. I was trying to tidy up a little bit, and then I popped something in the oven. And so I was just kind of back and forth checking on that. And then I pulled up the books that we're going to talk about today. The one that Lola mentioned, that Anne mentioned, and was it Black Widow mentioned? I can't remember. So we'll chat about those. So let me know what you did. Made it to 77%. Oh, it was Ren. Are you reading "Be Still My Unbeating Heart"? Who was reading that one? 77%. I guess do you listen on audio, Ren? Because I always wonder, how do people know how many percents how far they're into a book without doing the math? Like I'm on page like 128 of 400. So that's like more than a quarter of the way through of 400. So 400 pages, page 128. Oh, you're reading Warrior Fae. Thank you. I knew you said. So who is it? Is it Black Widow who's reading the other one? Can't remember. Oh, well, we'll talk about all of them. Oh, so you're listening on audio. That's how you know. Okay. I did that. I tried that at Christmas time. And I didn't love, I don't know. I'm too good at my brain. Sorry, just trying to fix my screen. My brain does this thing where it will just tune out voices. So I can be listening on audio and not hear a thing. Just tune it right out. That was Jean. Thank you so much. Be Still is Jean. Awesome. And reading Warrior Fae, we'll pull that one up too, so we can all hear about it. Warrior Fae is Ren. There we go. And Jean is reading Be Still. Thank you. Thanks for keeping track for me, because I was like, I don't know what's going on. And I've had to like sometimes scroll all the way back to the very start of the chat to find something. So, and Carmen made it to 22% in the Crystal Cave audio and Kindle. So are you listening to the audio at the same time you're reading? The Crystal Cave. And that's Carmen. There we go. Because I've heard that helps, but then I think, well, I'm still not doing, like, what I want to be able to do is go for a walk and listen to an audiobook, but I know I'm just going to tune it out. I've tried, I've done it. And then I realized for like the last 30 minutes, I haven't heard a word because my own thoughts are overpowering what I'm listening to. So, all right. So Lola said that she's listening to The Acid Queen. And the title, the subtitle of this book is The Psychedelic Life and Counterculture Rebellion of Rosemary Woodruff Leary. And she was known only as the wife of Timothy Leary, the Harvard professor turned psychedelic high priest, whose jailbreak captivated the counterculture and whose life on the run with Rosemary inflamed the government. But Rosemary was more than a mere accessory. She was a beatnik, a psychonaut, and a true believer who tested the limits of her mind and the expectations of women of her time. Long overlooked by those who've venerated her husband, Rosemary spent her life on the forefront of the counterculture, working with Leary on his books and speeches, sewing his clothing, and shaping, for better or for worse, the media's narrative about LSD. Ultimately, Rosemary sacrificed everything for the safety of her fellow psychedelic pioneers and the preservation of her husband's legacy. Well, that sounds kind of interesting. Are you enjoying it, Lola? It sounds really interesting. I'm not a big nonfiction person. It's weird because I don't generally watch TV shows unless they're documentaries. But when I read a book, I need to read a fiction book. It's very rare that I'll read a story about someone else's life, like a real person. if it's not like a textbook sort of thing, but just an autobiography or a biography. I don't tend to read them. Though I have read, I mean, over the years, of course, I've read a couple. The one about Queen Noor, that was kind of interesting. I think that's probably the last one I read, like 15, 20 years ago. Reading and listening in tandem. Yeah, I guess it probably adds like a whole other layer to the story. So you're using your eyeballs, but then hearing the voices and the accents and everything. But I still feel like I could completely tune out. It's like my superpower, because when back 25-ish years ago, I worked for a real estate agent in Toronto, and oh, she was annoying. And it was just, I developed the ability to tune her out. I just could not hear her because she would say my name way more than it should ever be said, really. And so I ended up just tuning her out, to the point that I actually had her trained to just send me a message as opposed to yelling my name down the hall. And you know what I mean? Because it was like one of those things where she'd interrupt me so much I couldn't get my work done, and then I'd have to get a lecture about not getting my work done. And I finally was like, well, maybe if you didn't interrupt me 5,000 times a day, I'd actually get something completed. Yeah, that's how we got to go sometimes. And Lola's saying, it's a good story. I didn't know these people before. I knew the names and Leary's slogan because of the Beatles. Yeah. Timothy Leary, wasn't he like really good friends with like Ram Dass? I think they did like a show or something together, like a spiritual something. I'm sure I've seen these two men together talking about the universe and everything else. But the whole LSD thing is quite interesting. And it's, a lot of times when these things are criminalized, it's because they would easily replace the pharmaceutical company. And I watched a really, really interesting documentary about different psychedelics that professionals and doctors and psychiatrists and stuff were giving to their patients who had deep trauma, PTSD, like really horrific things in their life. And they could never heal from those moments because it was so painful to go back to those moments, to experience them again for the sake of healing, that people couldn't do it. They just, and I get it. I totally get that. So when they gave them, there was LSD, there was psilocybin, there was peyote, and a couple other things. And the work that now patients could do, because what it was is like, say, like the LSD or the peyote or the psilocybin, it was numbing the pain of the moment so they could actually go back and experience it and heal from it. Because when you have trauma like that, you actually have to kind of re-experience it from in a different frame of mind. I don't mean like you have to physically experience it, but psychologically, mentally experience it, but with a different state of mind, and in order to heal. So it's kind of like all your childhood trauma as an adult, you can go back and experience that from a different place and help yourself heal from that through, forgiveness and, reminding your inner child that it wasn't your fault. You were not the grown up and, blah, 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 blah. So it's kind of the same thing. But people with just such incredibly severe trauma, they just couldn't do it. Like it would literally break them. And so using these psychedelics, they were actually able to kind of numb that part enough that people could go back psychologically, mentally, emotionally, experience it, not to the severity that they would have, but in a way that they can be much more objective about what happened and actually begin the healing process. It was quite amazing. I was just like, thank goodness there are people who are figuring this out and helping people, because, always the instinct is just put people on antidepressants or SSRIs and all of that, which makes you crazier. like really, like it's just, a lot of the contraindications on these pharmaceuticals is that it actually makes things worse, which people don't tend to read the piece of paper that comes with it that explains all of that. So yeah, it's amazing the work that's being done. And yeah, LSD is being able to cure some addictions. Yeah, I know that for in my area we have like a massive opioid issue. And one of the things a number of years ago is that people were trying to get people to use cannabis to get them off the opioids, which makes a big difference apparently. So that's what we have going on. And so that sounds like a really interesting book. And I didn't even like, I've known who Timothy Leary is, but I didn't even like occur to me that he had like a wife supporting his career in the background, and maybe not so much in the background, which is kind of neat. So yeah, that's where we got. So I realized that my little to-do list for today was the wrong one. And see, it's not even there. Oh dear. Oh dear. So I still have to make buttons. I got them all cut out. I started this a week ago. This is how busy I've been. So I just need to get those buttons assembled. So I'll go get my button machine on the next sprint and get them done. I've emailed the piano teacher. This is like really weird. Book hotel. Oh yeah, I need to book a hotel. This is like bothering me. Book hotel. Okay, I'm just going to do it from here. So I got to get more paperwork into the fireplace. I'm cleaning out like files and stuff. Got to make the buttons. I emailed the piano teacher. I need to book a hotel for a month from now or 3 weeks from now. And I have to write a funeral, which I have started. The woman who died, she died last year, and we buried her in November. And so they just wanted like a cemetery graveside sort of thing. And then her husband came back at the start of this year and said, I think I want to do a celebration of life. And they were like only in their 40s. So, this woman was 45, I think, when she died. So, so I have the script from the cemetery that he loved. I know he was really overwhelmed by everything. And he sent the day of the funeral, a couple hours after the service in the cemetery, he sent me an email, and all he said was, "That was perfect. Thank you." That was all he said. And I was like, "Aw, that was nice." So I've got the script. So I've taken some stuff out, added some stuff in, and now I've got to go back to this woman's husband and just see if there's anything else that he wants. So that I'm hoping that today I will have that the service all finalized and written. The service isn't until the 11th, so I've got loads of time. But and I know people might be like, "Oh my gosh, that's only 11 days." But when you do what I do for a living, I can write a funeral in like 20 minutes. So it usually takes me longer because I sit and pick at it for a few days. But there, Siren's back. What time is your flight? And then you gain an hour on your flight too. Are you going to arrive before you leave? Because I've seen that happen. Like if you have a 1 hour flight and you leave at 12 and then you go to a place that's an hour behind, then you literally land when you took off. Like that would be kind of neat. And so for everybody who's watching, Siren is in Croatia and she's flying to the UK today for a few months to hang out with her mom. There we go. And Lola's saying hello to Siren and everybody. All right. So shall we dive back into another sprint and see if I can actually get some reading in this time? Oops. Oopsie. Oopsie. Let's do that. You're all very quiet today. Very quiet today. I'm going to put Okay, we'll do an hour. How's that? Chat. And Siren's saying, I believe that about LSD. Flight's at 9:20. Oh, it's 2 hours and 30 minutes. But really, you'll only lose an hour. Or you, yeah, that'll be fun. Hopefully they've got a bar, like drinks are included. When I was flying, this is the thing that I thought was weird. When I was flying to Calgary and back, the drinks were free, but the food you had to pay for. I was like, I don't get it. I don't get it. And Anne's saying she still wants to go to London. I've been to London a few times. I lived in Walthamstow for a short period of time. So in the East End, loads of fun. Loads of fun. London, back in the day, like in the late 90s, was pretty cool. Pretty cool. Oh yes, and before we sprint, make sure you stretch. Make sure you've got some waters. And like I said, if you want me to post pictures of your pets, your crafts, your makes, anything like that, pop them into the Discord, and then I will put them up. We'll share everything at the end, at the very end. Okay, have a good flight. Send me a message when you land so I know you're safe and sound. Oh, too bad there's no budget flight, or no drinks on the budget flights. Oh, too bad. Too bad. But have a great flight. Enjoy your time all by yourself in the airport. No one making a mess around you. And Anna's saying, I want to go bookstore hopping in London. I don't know that I've ever been to I don't know that I've ever been to a bookstore in London. I was young when I lived there. I was like, bookstores were not something I did. Probably would do now. Awesome. All right, we'll hear from Siren later when she lands, so that we know she's all good. And the librarian of Alexandria is saying, hi, Pearl, trying a new music quiz. Oh, very nice. Well, good luck with that. Hello. Yeah, we'll hang out. Let us know what you're up to and what you're reading, what you're doing today. We must go to Waterstone. What's Waterstone? What's Waterstone? Now I gotta look it up. Is it a place in London? Oh, it's Waterstone's bookstore. Oh, you know what? I've been to one of those bookstores in Glasgow. They had a nice little cafe. I was with my cousin's, now wife. She was his fiance at the time. And we were in Glasgow and we were just doing some shopping. And then we went up into Waterstone's for a cup of tea, a little cup of coffee, take the edge off. We'll get some London pickies. Awesome. Yeah, like here we have Chapters and Indigo. Those are the bookstores we have, and they have Starbucks in them. So that's why it was like last week, was it, that Alicia was talking about Barnes and Nobles, and I was like, I think that's a bookstore. We don't have that. I think it's an American bookstore. But you know what I'll do the next time I'm in Chapters? I'll do a little video and show you what our Chapters looks like. And I'll add it to my vlog, maybe. All right, everybody, let's sprint. Let's get some stuff done. Okay. Don't leave. It's something I don't get. When we do the sprints, everybody leaves. But the whole point of sprinting is for the watch hours. That's how you have people with massive amounts of subs, but no, they're not monetized because they don't have the watch hours to get monetized. So stick around, just leave it running in the background. And saying, oh, sorry, go back to Lola. Largest bookstore, 5 floors. Yeah, so the one I went to, the cafe was upstairs, but yeah, there was a few. It kind of reminded me a little bit of like the world's biggest bookstore that used to be in Toronto. It was actually called, like, the name of it was the world's biggest bookstore, and it was massive. And I never bought any books there because it was one of those things where I'd walk in and I'd be so overwhelmed that I couldn't see a thing. I'm 3 choices maximum for me. Don't put me in a building with 10,000 books. I'll be like, I couldn't find a single book. and saying we were supposed to go to London for our honeymoon, but then changed my mind. So where did you go? Where did you go? Of course, Siren. Take care. Safe travels. Okay. All right. Let's go. We're going to sprint till 45. Okay? Let me know in the comments what you're going to be working on. Stick around. I need the watch hours. I need the watch hours. And I'm just going to pop my mic off. And actually, I'm going to eat something. So I'm going to turn my camera off too for a little bit. And I'm going to be, this time, reading. 100% going to do some reading. All right. Happy sprinting. All right, everybody, how did we do? I got about 50 pages read in my book, so that's good. It's a good little chunk of reading done today. And we'll go back through the chat. So I can, I was like, why can't I hear voices? Because I opened this on another window just so I could make sure it's running properly, and I can hear myself ever so slightly. So I was like, what is going on? Okay. So we left off with Anne saying they were supposed to go to London and then change their minds. And then they went to New York City. We were scared we might not be able to return. And then Anne said, I'm probably not supposed to say this, but same-sex couples tend to be targeted here. What, targeted by who? Who's targeting gay people? That's because I saw that like an hour ago, right before we started. And I'm like, who's targeting gay people? It's like in your town, in your state? And you're saying that you'd be scared you wouldn't be able to return. I don't know. Like, I don't know what's going on that you would feel that way. So we'll hear more about that. Siren saying congratulations on a year of marriage. Yes, happy anniversary. Yeah, London is, you can be anything in London. That's for sure. And the thing is, I find like most like people feel like other people are watching them. No, we're also self-absorbed. Nobody's paying attention to what anybody else is doing. So that's sort of, when people, I remember I was in Toronto. This is like 3 years ago, maybe. I was in Toronto. We went to see Jordan Peterson in one of the venues in Toronto. And where it was is we had balcony seats. So we had to like kind of walk around the back side of the balcony to go down a few steps into the bar area to get drinks and snacks. And as I went down, and this guy, he looked about 30, 35, and he fell down the stairs. It was like 3 stairs, but he like stumbled down the stairs. And then the only person who saw him was me, because he was like right in front of me. And but he jumped up and he looked around and was like, did anybody see me? And I was like, no, nobody's paying attention to anybody but themselves. So don't worry. No one saw you except me. And you were fine. So yeah, it's like no one's paying attention to what anybody else is doing. That's sort of that whole like, what will the neighbors think? The neighbors don't care. Neighbors stopped caring a long time ago. Lola's saying London sounds like an amazing place to visit, but very busy as everyone around the world wants to go. Yeah, London is crazy, crazy busy. An incredible transit system, that's for sure. I got around no problem. So yeah, that was it's a cool place. And it's all the different neighborhoods, all the different parts of the city. It's really neat. Really, really neat place. And Kelsey, hello, Kelsey Bops. I love that. And Kelsey is reading and bird watching from her garden today. Where in the world are you that you can sit in your garden? I'm in Southern Ontario. It's getting darker and darker here. I actually need the ring light on or I'd be sitting in the dark. Even though it's only not even 2 p.m, but the it's a dark and stormy day. And we had thunderstorms overnight. So we're, it's a rainy, gloomy day. So let us know, Kelsey, what you're reading. Where in the world are you? And what kind of birds do you see? And Red Pill went grocery shopping. Yay. And got some bargains. Excellent. Kelsey's saying there's some cute cardinals hanging out. Nice. I have a little cardinal family in my backyard, and it's just so nice to see them. Because I feed all the critters. I have like my kitchen window opens, and then I have a feeder there and I put out seeds and nuts and everything for all the critters. And Carmen has made it to 29% in the Crystal Cave. It's really good so far. I'm going to pull it up, the Crystal Cave. Okay. And then we'll come to it a later. Is that the one by Mary Stewart? No, I've lost my thing. There we go. The religious right. Well, the religious right. Okay. Yeah, but they're not going to prevent you from coming back to your home country. That's the thing, is like, just because people say things doesn't mean they can stop you from, as an American citizen, entering America and going home. So that's what I'm just wondering is, like, are gay people returning to America and then being told, no, you can't come back? Or are you being put in prison? Like, what's actually happening that is making people feel like if they leave America as gay people, they won't be allowed to come back? That's what I'm just wondering, is what is actually happening? Lots of great art and beautiful architectural. Yeah, London is an old city. It's beautiful. Dark in Montreal and gloomy too. You live in North Carolina. It's humid and sunny here already. I'm reading Daughter of No Worlds. I'll pull it up and see if we can. Daughter of No Worlds. Okay. Adding it to the list. Okay. There we are. Yes, by Mary Stewart. Okay, I pulled up the right book. Because you know how sometimes, like, there was, what's that book called? Meet Cute? I haven't read it, but I remember somebody was saying they were reading it. So I pulled it up, and there's a lot of books called Meet Cute. So it took a little while for me to find the version that they were reading. So we were talking about the same thing. That's where I was like, before you name your book, go look and see if there's 400 other books with the same name. Because I was just like, wow, I couldn't believe how many books had the same title, that it was so hard to find. The person we were talking to actually had to describe the cover of the book so that I could find it. Lola's sending me messages. Awesome sauce. All right. So what was the next book? Oh, Paradiso 17. So this is the book that Anne is, I think she said she just finished it. So let's talk about this one. Okay. It's on Goodreads. It has a 3.98. I would not take that to mean anything. I've seen some of the worst books get huge ratings. So it says here, all his life, exile has been the shadow stitched to the sole of Sufyan's shoe. We'll read that again. All his life, exile has been the shadow stitched to the sole of Sufyan's shoe. That's a lot of S's in one sentence. Born in Palestine on the precipice of 1948's Nakba, Sufyan is forced to leave the only home he's ever known, the one on the hill with a beautiful blue door. This is the precise moment when time stops making sense. He spends the rest of his life propelled forward, always on the way, although in search of what? He's never quite sure. In the dusty, oil-rich desert of Kuwait, he meets his first love and decides he must leave his family. In a small Italian university town, he spends his youth wrapped up in the sweet promise of the West and the forgetful assurance of wine. When life takes him to gritty New York, he discovers his true vocation and falls for a Jewish woman born into a wholly different world. Finally, he finds himself recalled to the wild, vast open skies of the desert in Arizona. Sufyan's life spans friendships lost and maintained, a stint selling leathers at a tanner's stall, the ineffable company of cats, and the freedom of the open road, the glowing pride of fatherhood, Sufi myths, prophetic dreams, and visions of the afterlife. And always, always, no matter how far he chases joy, the sweet, treacherous song of a balcony urging him to fly, to fall, to fall. The lyrical pages of Paradiso 17 weave in and out of time and space, beginning at the end and ending at the beginning. They are haunting, haunted with grief, struck through, as Dante once wrote, with the arrow that the bow of exile shoots first, and yet they throb with light, not just the light that Sufyan sees as he approaches his own end, but the brilliant light of a life lived. Wow, that sounds really, really interesting. I like that it's sort of like it ends at the beginning and begins at the end. I like that sort of contrast of themes there, which is kind of neat. That sounds really interesting. And so, and I think really to the complexities of life, that like this Palestinian man like falls in love with a Jewish woman. I think that's kind of a neat thing to write about and really showcase the complex, like people, we're complex creatures, right? So that definitely sounds like an interesting book. It is on Goodreads by Hannah Lilith Asadi. So there we go. Well, actually, I'll drop the link in case anybody wants it. Paste. There we go. And is everybody okay? It got really quiet here. Okay. There we go. So that is the book that Anne was talking about earlier today. Sufyan is forced to leave the only home he's ever known, the one on the hill with the beautiful blue door. Yeah, the blue doors. When I was in Morocco going through the mountains, we saw a lot of blue doors, which is kind of neat. All right, well, there we go. That is our book review for the day for this sprint. And then we've got a few more on the list. There we go. And so let me know what you're going to work on the next sprint. I went and got my bag of mini eggs, so I will be eating chocolate eggs. That's how I'm going to spend some time. And there's a thunderstorm outside my window right now. I don't know if you can hear it. Amberly, it might be doing that cool thing where your comments aren't coming through. This is the first time I've seen you here today. Do you have live chat or all chat turned on? I don't know. I can't remember how it looks. I know that if you're on your laptop, it's live chat, but if you're on your phone, it might be all messages or something like that. But yeah, this is the first I've seen you, and it got really, really quiet for the last few minutes there. And I'm like, why is no one commenting? Where did everybody go? What happened? I can see there's 10 people here. There we go. Kelsey Bops is saying chocolate eggs and thunderstorms, right? It's kind of a perfect afternoon, if I'm honest. I've got my knitting, I've got my books, I've got my chocolate. It's dark and gloomy. I've got a blanket. This is my blanket right here. And I got all of you. It's a perfect afternoon. Really, really is. I always switch it to live chat so I don't miss anything. People say, yeah, I sometimes forget, which is why I always remind people, like, because I need to be reminded sometimes, because I'll be sitting there being like, why is this conversation not making sense? And then I realize it's because I've only got half the conversation and I need to switch to live chat and saying it's her fault. No, it's not your fault. Sometimes, listen, I am one of those people, I will never, ever shy away from a big conversation. Absolutely not. We'll never, because I think that we all need to have them. I believe that the conversations where you feel like you shouldn't have the conversation, those are the conversations where all the magic lies. The magic lies on the other side of those uncomfortable, big, interesting conversations. So, yeah, no, it's not your fault. Not at all. Not at all. Keep going, because I actually want to know. Like when I ask the questions, I'm like, no, I really want to know. Like, it's because I'm like, why do people in America feel that way? Like here, no one cares, right? Like we have gay people, we have pot, like no one cares. No, you know what I mean? So I'm like, what is actually like happening? What are people experiencing when they're trying to re-enter the country they're citizens and residents of? That's what I'm just wondering. That people are afraid to leave the country, that they might not be able to come back. That's because I'm like genuinely curious, like if there is something actually going on, or just people saying things. Because if it's just people saying things, sticks and stones, right? There's always going to be people who feel they have to make other people's private lives their business. Do you know what I mean? You're eating pizza, yum, yum, yum. I ate some chicken salad and I found these things at Costco last week. They're called Brazzi buns and they're supposed to be Brazilian. I'm going to actually have to look it up and see if this is a real thing. But it's like they're gluten-free. They're made with like tapioca flour and cheese and stuff. And you just pop them in the oven and they make these little like dough balls. They're so good. So I ate a bunch of those with pizza sauce and some chicken salad. So that's what I had. And now I need some chocolate. Carmen is saying I'll pick up my knitting again in this next sprint. Maybe I can make it far enough to start the heel turn in my sock. Oh, nice. Nice. Speaking of socks, I still have not done that vanilla sock. I mean, it's still like there's stitches on the needle and that's as far as I got because I keep coming up with other things. So Carmen, I'll grab the strawberry purses so you can see them. But see here, I'm doing a poppy pot holder. It could be a dishcloth or a pot holder. I just don't want to slide the stitches off. But you can see that it's starting to become a poppy. So I made one before and I'm working on another one. But here's the thing. This Legion, I tell you what. So I went to a guy at the Legion, the guy who actually got me into the Legion, and was saying, yeah, I want to make these for the veterans for Remembrance Day, for the veterans dinner. And then I'm like, he's like chatting with me and he's like bitching about somebody in the branch. And I'm like, okay, well, whatever. And then I see that he's quit the Legion. And I'm like, well, if you quit, I'm quitting too. So I don't know what's going to happen. But either way, these will be, if I end up leaving the Legion, I'm on the executive, but I'm also the chaplain. So if I end up leaving the Legion, I'll still stay and do the services, but I'll just still donate these to the Remembrance Day. Do you know what I mean? So that's what I'll be. So on the next sprint, I'll be knitting. I'll be working on this and watching my watch later list. I'm very lucky to live. No, Canada's a shithole. Canada is the most disgusting country in the world. So no, we're not lucky to live here. I live in an open air asylum. And so no, I'd rather live in America at this point. I hope Canada returns to what Canada once was. I don't see that happening anytime soon. And I'm already looking at other places to live in. I'm fortunate that I have multiple citizenships. My son does too. And my husband has another citizenship. So all three of us are able to leave and go to other countries. So we're going to see. But Canada is a horrible, disgusting place right now. And yeah, but we're not going to talk about that. I try to keep politics out of this channel because I have a whole other channel for that. And so but no, when people say, oh, I want to go to Canada. No, you don't. You won't survive here. Canadians can't survive here. So other people won't. Eat more veggies? No. Veggies are really bad for me particularly. I rarely eat vegetables. And it's funny because people will look at me and say, wow, you look so healthy. What do you eat? And I tell them and they're like, well, that doesn't sound very healthy. And I'm like, well, you just told me how healthy I look. So I eat a lot of like dairy, meats, things like that. I'm definitely a carnivore, and but I very rarely eat vegetables. I can't remember the last time I ate a vegetable actually. So you're having a cheat day. Nice. You want nice. I just eat what I want anytime. I just eat what I want anytime. Lola had to step out. She is in a reading group on Facebook, and people are losing their minds over a dog being called it. The little girl looked for it. The OP said dogs have pronouns and names. Use them. Okay. Like there are times when I think we need to find some people something to do, that they don't have time for these sorts of arguments, because this is like, imagine wasting your day on that. Like, I'll certainly read it, but I'm not going to get into the argument. Lola is saying to Carmen, I love knitting socks. Yeah, I haven't knit for a while. Yeah, Red Pill is Canadian too, loves America. Can we trade countries? I don't think you want to live here. Trust me, you don't. You do not want to live here. I can assure you. Yeah, no, no. Well, I'm seeing, just go on YouTube and watch the videos of Americans who came here and are like, we have effed up. We have made a big mistake. And I'm like, well, why wouldn't you research before you come here? You know what I mean? Like, I'll research before I go to a restaurant. I'm not going to move to a whole other country without researching. But Anne, if you like communism, this is the communist country of Canada. So maybe, like, if communism is your thing and you like that, then maybe you will thrive. You'll be broke, you'll be poor, you'll be living in a cardboard box, or maybe your car. But people cannot afford to live here. And we are being censored to death. Like, I will probably be in prison by the end of this year, just because of censorship. We're not allowed to say things. So when you think of communist China, that's what Canada looks like, just kind of whiter. It's the same. That's what we're living in right now. And it is, like I said, we live in an open air asylum. So I've committed to giving Canada a chance to the end of this year, and then I will probably be looking for property in a whole other country to get out of here. And Red Pill Art is saying that she loves ground beef. I don't eat beef, but I eat lots of chicken and fish and stuff. Carmen saying, me too, Lola. It's my go-to project that I keep with me everywhere. Yep. Little sockies. Lola's saying, are you in the Discord group? I'd like to see your work. I haven't knit in a long while. Yeah, yeah, Anne's saying you don't want to live here. Okay, Anne, Canadians spend more than half of their paycheck just on your basic taxes. And then we get taxed on everything else. So if you make $100,000 a year, you probably have about $25,000 that you have for yourself. And then you have to live on that $25,000. So this is what I'm saying is you can't afford it. You know, like people, many smart Canadians are leaving to go to America because they make a lot more money, pay a lot less in taxes, and are not having to deal with the communism of our government. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Many Canadians would love to move to America. And so maybe for the reasons that you don't like it are the reasons that we would like it. You know what I mean? There's many Canadians who don't want to live in a communist country. So we're kind of like, hey, if we could not do this, that would be great. But we have this guy running the country who is basically a Chinese operative, I guess, is a way to say it. So he's turning Canada, we're being sold bit by bit to communist China is what's going on. So if that's okay, then maybe you would love it here. Because there are people who are like, I don't see the problem with that. And that's okay. but many Canadians don't want that for Canada. And it's happening really, really fast. Like last week, a bill was passed that we can no longer quote certain things. Like we're being censored. We're not allowed to have news on social media in Canada. So yeah. Carmen saying just join the Discord and we'll try to post some pics. Awesome. Pop them into chit chat. You'll see it on the left hand side. You'll see chit chat. I just opened it. So pop your pictures in there and then I'll be able to grab them for you. Okay. Homelessness is up on the roof. Yeah. Yeah. I love the way you speak. Yeah. Homelessness is out of control because people can't afford to live here. And then if you can afford somewhere to live, you can't afford to feed yourself. And the tent cities, like the encampments everywhere. It's brutal. I know. And I said we weren't going to talk about that here. Lots of, yeah. And if you go to jail, can you put my, yes, I'm going to need a cake, please. Gluten-free cake. Thank you. Kelsey's saying, I have a family friend who lives up in Canada. She shared many of your same sentiment. Yeah, she did get me hooked on those coffee crisp bars. Yeah, coffee crisps are good. Yeah. There used to be a commercial here and it was like, how do you like your coffee? Crisp. That was the ad. Yeah, well, hey, Mark Carney, our prime minister, does the exact same thing. So he's no better. You know, our communist prime minister does the same thing. So yeah. Yep. Kelsey's saying, I haven't had those, but I've heard about them. I need to try them. Oh, hold on. I missed a comment here. Ketchup chips. Lay's ketchup chips. There can be only one. There can be only one. So yeah, you need to try the ketchup chips. We have Kelsey, we have coffee, crisp, chocolate milk, and hot chocolate. Yes. Which is so weird because my husband one time bought like coffee. It was like I guess instant coffee, but it was like coffee crisp flavor. And so he's like, look what I got. And I was like, so coffee flavored coffee? Sorry. Root beer. Is root beer strictly Canadian? No, they have root beer in America. They have root beer in America, right? I feel like that's not a Canadian thing. Ketchup chips. Yeah. They're really, really good. I know. I married him. Yeah, it's coffee flavored coffee. It was just one of those things. He just didn't connect. Like he's like, oh, chocolate bar tasting coffee, and then I was like, yeah. Funny. I bought instant coffee. You're making whips. You're making whipped cream? Or you're making? Are you making whipped coffee? Like that? Oh, wasn't that like a 2020 thing? The whipped coffee dessert kind of thing. Yes. Nice. I think I need to take a trip up to Canada just to try some of the snacks at this point. Yeah. You need to have a beaver tail and you need to have poutine, maple everything. Like I just went to the Maple Festival a couple weeks ago. Maple everything. And what else is like strictly Canadian? Like Canadian bacon. Yum yum. But what is like strictly Canadian? Like we have chocolate bars like Crispy Crunch and Coffee Crisp. And then we've got the chips, Covered Bridge chips. So good. So good. And I'm not like a huge chip person, but yeah, the Covered Bridge chips are yum yum. And there's a company called Peace by Chocolate, and it was a refugee family from, I think, Syria, and they ended up in Nova Scotia, and he was a chocolatier in Syria, and so he started a company here, and now they have this massive chocolate company in Nova Scotia, and they ship their chocolate all over the country, all over the world, and they employ all kinds of local people. So it's like the one of the success stories of the Syrian refugees back maybe about 10 years ago, I think it was about 10 years ago that they so anyway, Peace by Chocolate, and it's a nice chocolate, it's all right. My brother-in-law lives in Nova Scotia, so every once in a while he'll send some up, and we get to try it again. Red Pill Art is saying whipped coffee, you do it in the morning. Nice. I've never had it. I saw it, I just didn't do it. And hamburgers, yum yum. Yum yum yum. Get the Thrills gum. It's unforgettable. Is Thrills Canadian? Tastes like soap. And Coca-Cola. Well, Coca-Cola is everywhere in the world. Coca-Cola is the #1 selling drink in every country in the world except Scotland. All dressed chips. Oof. Yum. Like Ruffles, all dressed. So good. Gravy. Fries and gravy. Is that like a Canadian thing for the rink rats? I like Swiss chalet sauce. Swiss chalet dipping sauce. It's your first time doing it. Nice. Went to We went on Saturday to a rally, which was fine until ice showed up. Oh, the label still says it still tastes like soap. That's the Thrills gum. I see they sell it in the Dollar Tree in the next town. I was over there not long ago and I saw they had Thrills gum. I'm going to pick some up next time I'm there. I'm going to buy some. And we'll see if it does really still taste like soap. And I remember the commercial way back like in the 70s or 80s, and it was like the little guy with the boxing glove punching the little thing at the back of your, the little dangly thing. I don't know what it's called, the little dangly thing. And I'm not even going to try to say what I think it might be, because that might be a whole other part of the body, and now I'm going to get in trouble. So yeah. And Nikki's saying also the whipped coffee is her thing. Nice. But yeah, you definitely have to try the all dressed chips. I saw this American content creator, and she was on her channel talking about something. Okay, Lola's saying uvula. Now you can understand why I didn't want to even try to guess. We're gonna keep it like rated clean here. We keep it rated clean. Uvula is the little dangly bit at the back. And the commercial for Thrills, it was like a little cartoon, and it was the little guy boxing it. Yeah. I don't know. You need to shut it. No, you don't, Anne. Here's the thing. I think that we should all be able to talk and not feel that we shouldn't be able to say what we think, what we feel, what we believe. So I'm not the kind of person who cancels somebody because of they said something maybe I didn't agree with. I'm not that person at all. So please don't feel you need to shut up. This is your life, and it's how you're your lived experience of like how you are experiencing 2026 from someone living your life in the place where you live it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's no need to shut up. I hope you don't. I really hope you don't. I don't. If ever I like flat out don't agree with you, don't take that as like that you need to shut up. Disagree with me. I'm an Aries, like fight with me. It's fun. You know what I mean? So yeah, please don't feel that you need to shut up. I think you have a very important voice here. And I hope you keep saying what's on your mind and what's on your heart. Um, I knew what you meant and didn't mean. I was like, I don't want to say it because I'm probably going to get it wrong and I'm going to say something else. And then, woo, yeah, yeah. I personally believe we all need to heal as humanity. I think more awakening and better. Yeah. Yeah. I think there's just been so much damage done by everybody, like across the board, like for Anne might feel afraid to walk down the street. Well, I feel afraid to walk down the street too for totally different reasons. So I get it. I understand being afraid of what's going on around you. Um, and it's each of us have our own lived experience, and it's all the different reasons why. Yeah, Lola's saying I'll fight anyone. Yeah. I love a good argument. I love a good debate. I love a good exchange of ideas. And I love when people can exchange those ideas in a way that's like not to win, not to fight, not to be right, but to actually learn about each other. And I think like I love those kinds of discussions. Yeah, there's loads of people that I disagree with about certain things and people that I agree with on certain things. So just that's life. We should all be able to exist together, and everybody's voice is important. And you know what? Even my email signature, let me pull it up here. I read it, so I can't I can't remember it memorized. Oh, yeah. Oh, I guess if I just okay. Where did I put it? Oh my gosh. Now you're watching me fumbling around. Okay, I hope you come to believe this life is a gift, not a burden, and that you too are a gift, not a burden. That is my new email signature. So yeah. Lola is saying that aliens have moved on to another planet. Yeah, they said nope. Yeah, I get that. And Red Pill is saying join the club. Oops. And saying we're part of a minority group. Yeah, so am I. So is everybody. We're all part of a minority group right now. Probably everybody in this conversation is a visible minority. I know I am. A white woman, and I know there's a lot of people who would disagree, but white people make up 8% of the world's population. We are a visible minority, whether we realize it or not. And a white woman is a whole other type of visible minority. And you know what I mean? So there's all kinds of minority groups. And I hope we reach a point where we can just all exist and be like, okay, well, yeah, you live your life. I'll live my life. We'll just be happy, you know? Kelsey Bops, I agree. Some of my favorite conversations are with people I disagree with because it's so interesting, a different point of view, right? And when we listen to learn, we actually learn, and we might expand. We might grow as human beings. So yeah, I love when people disagree or when I disagree. I love it. I'm not saying that we're disagreeing here, but it's just different perspectives and different lived experiences. Because, like, say, Anne and I live in two different countries with two different lived experiences, so we're experiencing the world in a different way, and not necessarily the whole world, but our world in a different way. Because if I went to a whole other place, like, for example, I was in Calgary earlier this year, I didn't even look like me in Calgary, which I thought was kind of wild. Like, I was standing in the bathroom looking in the mirror and I'm like, what's different? Like, well, I don't even look like me in this city. And it's uh carto astrology and things like that, which is really kind of what it boiled down to, is that I looked, one of the ley lines through Calgary is a pretty powerful line for me, which is why I was kind of different in Calgary than I am here. So sometimes it's just a matter of moving across town and suddenly you have a whole different life, you know. Ren just had dinner and hung out with the family. Oh, there's my Discord in case you want to jump in. So Red Pill is a white woman living in a multicultural city. Love all colors. Differences between is fine. Not all agree, and debating is healthy. Yeah. Yeah. I love a good debate. Like I said, I'm an Aries. I wake up looking for a fight. Just fight me. Fight me. Yeah. Ren, what was for dinner? And Ren is saying just spaghetti and some veggies. We like to keep Mondays simple. Nice. I couldn't get my lines to work. Do you mean your ley lines, like your astrocartography? That was we'll look it up. On the next sprint, I'll find the link. Tuesdays. Well, notice how I didn't correct you. I was like, oh, it's Monday. Great. Thanks for letting me know it's Monday. Yeah, I don't know what day it is either. Montreal housing prices are improving. Nice places are cheaper. Well, that's good that things are getting a bit more reasonable there. Clearly, I'm stuck on Monday. Well, clearly, I don't know what day it is. So when you said it, I was like, yeah, no big deal. Jupiter is in Aries. I'll have to look that up to see what that means. Ren likes Mondays so much she's having two this week. Yeah. Yeah, I remember yesterday everyone was talking about how much they hate Mondays. So I don't know why you want to redo it. It sounds like I missed an interesting discussion. Yeah. Well, we were just talking about how we have different lived experiences being like where we live in the world and how we live in the world, and just how where you live can shape your beliefs, and then you then have your own way you live that shapes your belief. Like, there's a whole lot of influences around us. And saying, after we moved in together, we were sent anonymous messages condemning us and our daughter. We were told by the HOA not to display affection outside because we made people uncomfortable. Well, I think maybe the HOA might be the problem. I've heard horror stories. We don't have that here in Canada. Like, we don't, I just don't think Canadians would tolerate an HOA. I think we'd be like, you can get out of my face. But I've heard that HOAs are the work of Satan. So I'd say that's not necessarily a cultural problem. That to me sounds much more like an HOA problem. And that like, I've seen so many videos that like ring videos of HOA people, and I like to think to myself, this can't be real. This has to be satire. This has to be parody, but apparently it's not. And I do see that kind of person here, people who had no power in their entire lives, and they suddenly found themselves at volunteering at the ticket booth of the fall fair, and they're going to make your life hell. And those kinds of people end up on the board of the HOA. So yeah, I would take that just from my own observations of like HOAs and things. I would take that more like that's just an HOA thing, because if you lived in another neighborhood, you might not have that problem at all. Now, do I think that's awful? Yep. No, nobody I have two women across the street married to each other. No one cares. Nobody cares. You know why? Because they just live. I'll tell you, they're not like political. They're not making a thing. Like they're just living, which is I assume, Anne, you just live your life with your wife and your daughter and just get on with it. And it's the same with the women across the street. They just, one's a police officer, one's a lawyer, and they camp and they mow their lawn and they have barbecues and they go to work and just do all the regular life things, and nobody cares. It's just the only thing that kind of annoyed me when they moved in is that they weren't like my age. I thought, well, maybe they'll be a friend, because before that was an older man. He lived on his own and he died. And before that was a couple in their 90s, and she tried to kill him. So yeah, I was just hoping that somebody would move in that would be like my age, and I'd have like a best friend across the street. That was my only annoyance when these two women moved in, is they're like 20 years younger than me. So that was it. But other than that, no one cares. And I'm sorry that people in your neighborhood felt that they could do something like that and should be doing something like that, because it's like friggin' dig. It's 2026. Like, God, there's so many bigger things to concern ourselves with than who people live with. So yeah, I think it's an HOA problem, but I'm at the same time, I'm sorry that this has been going on, because yeah, you're just making weirdos uncomfortable. That's all. Red Pill Art saying her Jupiter is in Aries. I'll have to look that up. Must go back to the basics. Yeah. This is why people, I think, are having so much nostalgia, because we did live in a simpler time. Like, I remember in the 80s, like, I knew gay people. No one cared. No one cared. You just got on with your life, No one cared. The HOA, they like to micromanage everyone. It wasn't personal. Yeah. It's just, they're just psychos with some power. That's all. And Lola's saying to Anne, if you had a husband, they would have complained about his vehicle or his shoes or his haircut or his job hours or the decorations on your porch or the amount of Amazon parcels on your front step while you're at work, and blah, 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 blah. Right? So yeah. And Anne's saying it's personal when you're targeted. And I know it can feel that way, but it's not you, it's them. They would have come with their anonymous letters no matter who was living in the house. And I know it feels personal and it feels targeted, but they're just hateful people who are going to hate everything anyway. And they've got a little bit of power, like I said, and now they can control how people live. And that's why I would never, ever, ever live in an HOA place, because I'd rather live in the wilderness, miles from everything, than live in an HOA neighborhood. Do I post my pics under the knitting section? So Carmen, if you want your pictures shown here today, before we finish up today, I'm going to post everybody's photos that they've sent me, of your work, of your pets, and whatever everybody wants to share today. Pop them into the chit chat. Where's my Discord? There it is. There's a little box called, there you go. And I just liked your comment there. So right where you said I found my way here, pop your pictures in there, because I've got it open and I'll be able to find them easily, because otherwise I could be searching all over. In the Discord, yeah. Yeah, Carmen, I think there's a crafting section, but there might be a knitting specific. Yeah. So for streaming days, for sprinting days, if you just pop them all in the chit chat, then I can just pull them all out and then pop them into my restream so that we can all see everybody's work later. That's why the world is crazy. Yeah, the world is crazy because everybody just is it's weird. Like, everybody's so focused on themselves, but then also focused on needing everyone to agree with them. And I'm like, I'm going to disagree just for the sake of disagreeing. Right? Like, even if I agree, I'm going to tell you I don't agree. And I'll be able to argue both sides of it till you're so confused you don't know what's going on. Because sometimes I'm like, if people just demand that I agree with them, I'm like, no, no, I'm a toddler. So I'll yeah, chit chat. Got it. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, just for days like this, because then I can easily find everything and pull it all out. Yeah, the HOA is the homeowners association. I don't know why America has this. Like I don't know what the purpose of it is besides homogeny maybe. I'm not sure, but it doesn't, yeah, I would not want to live in I would not want to live in an HOA neighborhood. Managers of a neighborhood sort of, yeah, like they have all these rules for the neighborhood. And like I've seen videos where they're coming to the doorbell and like the conversation that takes place, I just think to myself, this can't be real. But it is. That's the scary part, is that it is real. They pay to live in a neighborhood with standards and they look perfect from the outside. Yeah. But then it's like if everybody just, I don't know. I don't know. I think that neighborhoods are going to look like they're what they're going to look like. And, you know, for example, where I grew up, uh, the I lived in Toronto, and the neighborhood I lived in was a lovely neighborhood in the 70s and 80s when I lived there. And now when I drive through, it looks like a third world country. We left that neighborhood and moved north of Toronto. And the neighborhood I lived in, again, another absolutely lovely neighborhood. And when I drove through there a couple years ago, it still looked just as lovely as the day I left. It's still beautiful. It's everybody maintains their properties, takes care of their lawns and their houses. So I think it's just a neighborhood is going to be what it's going to be, and the culture of the neighborhood will dictate how it looks. And we can't all live in HOA neighborhoods. I'm surprised we're not hearing more violence from HOA neighborhoods, actually, or maybe it happens and we're just not hearing about it. Because that's what I'm kind of thinking. Like at some point, somebody's going to get really angry about something and really lash out. Yeah. All right. That is 2:38 p.m. Why don't we sprint until 3:45? I'll get my, there it is. There we go. I hope Anne's still here. Don't leave, Anne. Don't leave. We can all hang out together. It's all good. Everything is good. Chit chat. Oh, hang on. I just heard something. Oh, and there we go. Okay. All right. We're going to sprint now. I keep losing my little window. For just over an hour. Let me know in the comments what you'll be working on. And I'm going to be working on my knitting and see if I can put a little dent in here. And I'm going to be catching up with some of my watch later list, which seems to get longer and longer and not shorter and shorter. Okay, so don't disappear. Stick around. And like I said, let me know in the comments what you're going to be working on. And I will see you at 3:45 p.m. And we've got our little sprint till 45 right there. Oh, I think I can move it around. Oh, no, can I? No, I can't. I thought I could move it around. Well, that'd be fun. All right. Okay. Happy sprinting, everyone. All right, everyone. How did we do? I'm just finishing up a row here. You may have seen that I spent most of that sprint with my dog in my lap, so I couldn't really do much knitting, but my little dog needed a cuddle, so he got one, and now he's somewhere. I don't know where he is. But yeah, he was like, "Mommy, pick me up. I need a wee cuddle." Let me see. I should have. Okay, there we are. So Red Pill Art is saying share to painting. Yeah, I grabbed a couple of your paintings from the Discord so that we'll show them here very soon. And yeah, rules suck. I don't hashtag no rules for me. I don't like rules either. Need to go back to homestead living. Or small community living, I think. Like if you homestead, if everybody has to do everything, that's just more than anybody should need to do. A little community of people with a variety of skills and abilities is ideal. You know what I mean? So like if you homestead, you have to know how to garden and raise animals and cook and do fix everything. Whereas instead, just have someone who knows how to garden, and then someone else who knows how to cook, and someone else who knows how to fix things. Do you know what I mean? Off-grid living, tiny. Well, I'm not going off the grid, not anytime soon. But a she shed. We can get into that. And Anne has gone to the bus stop to get her daughter. And Red Pill is snuggling with her dog. Anne is saying I'd have to have 3 tiny houses, a sleeping house, a teenager house, and a library house. Yeah, I get it. I get that. I think they call those rooms. I just had this conversation with someone on the weekend, and they were talking about how the main part of their house is open concept. And I said, if you were to move, would you move into another open concept house? And she said, absolutely not. Never again. I hate it. I was like, yeah, like I like walls, doors, rooms. And I'm not a big open concept kind of person. So yeah, you could have all of these little tiny rooms, but the thing is that the walls won't connect, so you won't have to hear people. That's my thing. So my room and my son's bedroom are like we share a wall, so I can hear him on his D&D games, yelling with his friends. Yeah, I would like a little she shed. My son has a tree house out back, and I might turn that into a she shed. A library house, yes. And Virtues of Books came in. Hello. And Virtues of Books is crocheting and listening to The Love Haters by Catherine Center, currently 48% in. Is it good? Are you enjoying it? Don't forget to tap the like button and subscribe so that we all stay connected. Amberly's saying hi to Virtues of Books. So is Kelsey Bops. And I don't know how to say this. J.A. Quesada? J.A. Quesada? I don't know. I feel like I'm making up a new word here and totally getting it wrong. J.A. Quesada. And BookTube Mama came in to remind us all to do the things. Thank you so much. And what do we have here? Lola is saying rain is coming. I was going to leave and go for a puppy walk, but not doing that. Yeah, it's not as dark here. Like on the last chitty chat, I was like, the sky is black, but it's much lighter out now. I think our rain day is perhaps done. And saying it's very warm outside. I wonder how long it lasts this time. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it's still kind of early for it to be warm. But at least you get a break from the snow and the cold because, yeah, it was snowing at the weekend. I woke up in Ottawa on Saturday morning and it was snowing. So, yeah. Good time. So I'm just, you know what it is? If this was November and it was snowing, I'd be like, look, it's snowing. Yay. By this point, I'm just like, ugh, done. Done. And my friend was making fun of me last night because we were trying to remember where we ate the last time we went out. And then I was like, oh, yeah, remember we went to Boston Pizza. And then I had said something like, and remember it was a blizzard because it was a Friday. So there's a blizzard every Friday. And then she was like, oh, yeah. And you were wearing like little shoes and no socks. It's like, yep. Yep. And it was like the start of February. So I should have known better. Carmen has made it to 36% of her book. Amberly's saying it's very lightly sprinkling from time to time. Nice break from the heat. And Anne is saying it's 81. 81. Holy heckin'. 81 in March. But like you live in like, don't you live like, do you live in New England? 81 in March. Holy. And Ren made it to 84%. Wonderful. Good job. You're going to be done so soon. All right, let's look at, so who was it that was reading Be Still My Unbeating Heart? If they're not here, we're not going to talk about their book. I got 3 books in front of me. The Crystal Cave, Daughter of No Worlds, and Be Still My Unbeating Heart. So who's reading those? Because if you're here, then we're going to talk about your book. If you're not here, then we're just going to close that window or that tab. Easy peasy. And I was listening, Lola and I we were comparing notes on somebody on the sprint because there's a guy that we both follow on YouTube. He's Canadian. And there's some questions now about his identity and is he really who he says he is? And one of the things that he's always said is that he's a veteran, and that he was in the military for like 9 years. And it's now kind of sounding like maybe he wasn't. So that's kind of interesting. And he's changed his name. And there was one day, Lola and I, we were both watching his channel live. Like we were both, because we used to every day watch his live stream. And it was back in January. He had a tantrum and stormed off and said, I'm done. That's it. And then he made some new channels of totally different names and sort of talks now to a totally different audience. And so Lola was like, I wonder if all this stuff coming out is the reason he did that. So we were comparing notes and watching other people's, because people are now making videos about this guy, basically saying, we can find no record of him in the military and whatnot. That's a pretty serious thing. Pretty serious thing. So Carmen is the Crystal Cave. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to read the description. And so it's on Goodreads. It's by Mary Stewart. And it has a 4.13 rating. That's a great rating. 5th century Britain is a country of chaos and division after the Roman withdrawal. This is the world of young Merlin, the illegitimate child of a South Wales princess who will not reveal to her son his father's true identity. Yet Merlin is an extraordinary child, aware at the earliest age that he possesses a great natural gift, the sight. Against a background of invasion and imprisonment, wars and conquest, Merlin emerges into manhood and accepts his dramatic role in the new beginning, the coming of King Arthur. Oh, that sounds fun. So tell us, there we are. Carmen, are you enjoying it? Is it good? Is it like what's making the pages turn? because sometimes I read a book and the pages just will not move. And so yeah, I've had to DNF. As I get older, I'm DNFing a lot more than than I ever would have when I was younger. When I was younger, I was like, nope, I should commit to finishing this book or whatever it is. And now I'm like, no, 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 no. I'm more than halfway through my life. I'm not finishing any books that are not like compelling me to finish them. And Anne is saying, my daughter just asked if I could turn the AC on. Yeah, 81 degrees. Listen, if it was 70 degrees, I'd have the AC on. I like the cold. I like to be cold and made warm with my sweater and a blanket. So my house is cold, but I don't like the winter, like minus 35 cold. So, but yeah, I'm sure we're going to be doing that soon because here we have like days where you've got the heat on in the morning, air conditioning on it in the afternoon, and then the heat back on at night. So yeah, we've got some schizophrenic weather going on. Anne is asking, do you have Storygraph? Are you asking me? Is that the other thing? Is that the site that's kind of like Goodreads, but it's all colorful? Is that the same one? Is that? Yeah, Lola's saying, explain Storygraph, please. Because I keep hearing about it. Yeah, I keep seeing people saying it, and I'm like, I don't know what it is, really. I think I saw one that was, it was like an alternative to Goodreads. Is that what Storygraph is? Because I think I tried it. I lasted a day, and I was like, no. I just went back to Goodreads. Amberly saying, I almost caved and turned on the AC last week when it hit 90. But I couldn't bring myself to do that in March. Yeah, don't put timestamps on things. If you're hot and uncomfortable, turn the air conditioning on. Because the thing is that it's like, I find that it's getting colder sooner in the year and warmer later in the, you know what I mean? Like it just, like I understand that feeling of like it's March and I'm turning on the air conditioning seriously, but it's 90 degrees. I think you can turn on the air conditioning because probably like later in the year it'll be cooler sooner than normal, and then you'll be like, oh, I can't turn on the heat even though I'm freezing, because I do the same thing. I think, really, am I doing this? Yes, I am. Lola's saying, I just texted someone, I haven't turned my fan on yet. Yeah. Storygraph is basically the same as Goodreads. Goodreads is controlled by Amazon. Oh, I didn't know that. So who controls Storygraph? Oh, and I have a question for the NetGalley people. So I made an account and I saw a book that I really want to read and I applied, and this is like weeks ago. Is it normal to wait weeks to find out if I'm going to be able to read this book? And will they just email me and tell me, oh, yay, you're getting the book here, read it now? Or do I have to keep checking NetGalley? Because I'm kind of getting bored. I actually had to put it in my schedule to check NetGalley every week, and it's been a while, and I've nothing. And I don't want to end up with 400 books. I just want the one book to start with that I saw and thought, ooh, this looks interesting. It's basically independent. Yeah, I think I tried it and I didn't like it. So I just deleted it off my phone and went back to Goodreads. I think it was, or that now Lola's saying Fable. Maybe it was Fable. But did you see that in Goodreads, they're putting a DNF line? So instead of read, wanting to read, I can't remember what the other thing is. Let me see here what it says here. Want to read, currently reading, read. There's do not finish. They added that in last week or the week before. That's a hint. I'm surprised it took this long to get that line added in there. So Amberly's saying I get email notifications when I get a book. Thank you. Because now I don't have to keep checking, because I kept forgetting to ask people if they'll tell me or if I have to keep checking. So now I know I don't need to keep checking. So thank you for that. That's super handy. And I don't always get notified when they decline me though. Okay, if I don't get it, I don't need to know. But if I do, then now I don't have to be checking, because I actually put it in my weekly schedule to like check, and I'm like, this is getting weird. NetGalley, I don't know that I even 100% understand it, but I think what it is that authors put their books in it, and then you can apply to be like a reader of the book. And then the exchange that you get, so you get the book for free, and in exchange for writing a review, like I'm assuming it's got to be a good review. I don't mean like you have to say only good things, but I just mean a quality, thoughtful review based on the book, and not the way some people will leave a review like great job, like no, actually write a book, like write a proper review. I think that's what it is. I haven't gotten a book, so I don't entirely know. Amberly saying, I like the stats on Storygraph and the suggestions are better in my opinion. Goodreads just suggests the most popular books, but Storygraph system seems more nuanced. Interesting. So the books that I read tend to come from Anne. Lately, everything is anything Anne says, I will actually look up to see, like, is this going to be something I might like? And I got a bunch of her recommendations in my TBR. And then there's somebody on YouTube called Sydney Books, and she reads thrillers, and that's what I like the best, is thrillers. And so I usually just her and Anne, and then sometimes pop culture. Like there'll be a book like Theo of Golden. I could not avoid Theo of Golden. Like it was just everywhere I turned. Everybody, whether it's a reading channel, a book channel, anything like that, everybody was talking about it. So I couldn't avoid it. So I read it. So, and it was good. It was really good. So that I don't even, and it's so, and the reason I say that is like, I never noticed that Goodreads was suggesting books to me. So that's how much I've been paying attention to what's going on there. Is I was like, I did not know like that I was getting suggestions. Well, the thing, I just keep things in my current pile. I have books over 10 years, and currently, yeah. I'm gonna need a vampire to bite me so that I can live forever and read all these books. It can be a negative review. Oh, like for NetGalley, yeah, like it was. I mean, when I said like a good review, it should be like a quality review, like actually speak to the book, not just write a fluffy little nothing review. Actually, properly review the book. But you can say negative things about a book, but still be writing a quality review. That's kind of what I meant. DNF was the main reason I deleted Goodreads. One thing I like about Storygraph is that it has trigger warnings. The DNF is like when they added the DNF option, that's why you deleted Goodreads, or because they didn't have a DNF option. Because see, now what I can do is all the books that are in my currently reading that I haven't finished, that I'm not going to finish, I can just DNF them on Goodreads and get them out of there. And the one thing I like about Storygraph is that it has trigger warnings. Interesting. I don't think I'm not a big trigger warning person. Though when I did review Next of Kin, I did be like, here's a trigger warning. Even though I don't like trigger warnings, here's your trigger warning. Because it warranted a trigger warning. But I don't know that I've ever thought about a book being triggering, or like triggering me. I read some pretty crazy stuff sometimes. So, but yeah, I don't know that I've ever looked for a trigger warning. That's kind of interesting, that because I would think that Like, I'm sure I've seen reviews that have said trigger warning within Goodreads, but the actual description itself, no, does not. Hmm. Yeah. I guess that, yeah, if you're the kind of person who likes to sort of know what to expect, then yeah, trigger warnings would be important. I'm not. I'm just like, whatever happens, happens. I'm here for the ride. I had such a traumatic childhood. I don't know that anything could trigger me at this point. There should be a Discord for our Goodreads or Fable or Storyguard. Okay, so maybe I'll make a room in the Discord, but I thought for sure, hold on, because there's readers going to read in the Discord, but I can add in, like, do you mean like the link to our Goodreads so that we can all connect to each other? I read the strangest books. Yeah, I read some pretty weird stuff too. So I just assume it's going to be weird. You mean hated it? DNF is not a good review. I would say like there's absolutely nothing wrong with saying that, but kind of say why. You know, there's lots of reasons why we didn't finish a book. Like, so for example, this Lemon Curd Killer, I'll finish it, but if we're going to DNF it, then I would just say, you know, there's no mystery in this cozy mystery. It's just cozy. So, you know, it's not a it's not there's no balance between the cozy and the mystery part. Amberly would like to friend Anne on Storygraph. Look at us making friends. I love it. Yay. Ren says, I'm someone who can actually die from FOMO, so I use all of them. Aw. Lola saying, I like the Pastel Bookshelf YT channel. She has a lot of Kindle Unlimited books. Are Kindle Unlimited books different than regular books? I don't have a Kindle. I am old. Remember this? My 2009 Sony e-reader. It does one thing. I'm a Gen Xer. I like my single-use toys. So I Kindle, never got into it. I got my husband a Kobo a few years ago, but it's not like I put books on it. So because I have all my books on my e-reader, so then I'll just pop my books onto his Kobo. So Anne has consented to a Storygraph friendship with Amberly. Well done. Well done, everyone. Storygraph has the best stats. Fable is great for book clubs. Goodreads is easy to connect with people or receive recs since most people use it already. Well, there you go. It kind of sounds like you need all of them. Amberly saying, I'm not a person who needs trigger warnings either, but it's good for Storygraph. That Storygraph has that available. Yeah. Yeah, I never even thought about that before because I'd think like I guess reading the back of the book, like reading the description. But I guess if they don't tell you, like I guess if there's like, yeah, bucket seat. Trigger warning, bucket seat. I think my rant about the bucket seat in my next of kin review was longer than my review of next of kin. I think that pissed me off so much. Yeah. And you know how I took that was just lazy writing, right? All the author had to do was look around, maybe ask a friend about her child, and I wouldn't have spent 45 minutes trashing a book over a bucket seat. No, I didn't. I probably spent like 5 minutes trashing the book over the bucket seat and 5 minutes reviewing the book. Trigger warnings are a newer addition to reviews, but Storygraph always had them just to up the chances of someone enjoying their reading experiences. Yeah, I'm not a I guess if it's like if you're reading a story that you think is a cozy romance and then somewhere buried in there is like an essay scene or something, yeah, you probably need that. But I think that, it hasn't been very often that I stumbled upon a book where something like that happened that I didn't kind of know ahead of time. But yeah, the bucket seat. That really annoyed me, actually. And now you've reminded me, so I can be annoyed again. Trigger warnings. Amberly's saying, thanks to Anne. Well, let me friend you, but I'm following you now. Well, hopefully you two can get connected for realsies on Storygraph, I think it was. Yes, make a place we can add friends to our book. Okay, I'll do that. I'll make a little room that you can drop all your links to all your shelves and the things. I want to know if a cat or dog is going to die. Oh, yeah. I can't remember the title, but everyone told me to read a book as a trauma survivor. I couldn't get the book back to the library fast enough. Yeah. Years ago, like maybe 12 or 13 years ago. So that we have in my town, we have like movie nights in the park all summer long. And they're kids' movies. And the whole town shows up. It's great. It's a wonderful thing. We do it 5 times throughout the summer. And it used to be run by, I think, the Kinsmen before the municipality took over. And the Kinsmen would pick the movie. And I remember showing up one night and the guy who running it, he was so proud of himself for picking the movie. And I was like, oh yeah, what movie did you pick? A Dog's Life. Yeah. What's most important to know about that movie is it's not about a dog's life. It's about a dog's death over and over and over and over and over. So the park was full of sobbing children. I did try to tell him it was a bad idea and go home and get a different movie. No, he's like, no, what? It's a movie about a dog. Yeah. So I get that. I think I'd be more about a movie being triggering for that sort of thing than reading about it. For me personally. So Lola's saying Kindle Unlimited, you can read on the phone, or ebooks, same as Libby, but wider range. Well, I understand it's an ebook, but what's the difference between a Kindle Unlimited book and any other book? Like, are they different titles that we can't get in other places? Or is it that it's just for your Kindle? Am I only because I've never used it? I can't even imagine like what the difference is. And Lola's saying, right, I have animal problems. Yeah. Lola and I are both into our little critters. I don't know if you saw my dog. He was like, Mommy, love me. Ren saying, I think it's mostly for cases where the plot twist is something that can be regarded as a trigger warning. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, so a plot twist. Yeah, so no one's going to talk about the plot twist, but the plot twist could end up being something. Yeah. Okay. All right. Or like a situation that recently happened, like the death of a parent, where under different circumstances, the trigger warning wouldn't be needed. Well, yeah, but the thing is that I think a trigger warning should be universal. You can't determine who might have lost a parent before they read your book. Do you know what I mean? That you have to say, okay, well, because by the time you've listed all the trigger warnings, like chocolate ice cream could be a trigger warning, so at what point do we say, okay, we just got to accept that people will be okay and they can read about a story that's not real and still be okay? Like, I can understand if it was like a violent, vicious murder of a parent, that's a trigger warning. But I think there's a lot of like everyday stuff that really doesn't need a trigger warning. And saying, I usually catch the bus downtown, but I needed that book back so quickly I almost ran downtown. If I'd owned it, I would have thrown it in the garbage. Well, now I kind of need to know what book it is. About Anne. She can't remember the title. Okay, that's okay. But I kind of want to know what book it is. Ren saying Kindle Unlimited is a monthly subscription that comes with a catalog of books. Okay. Excuse me. Excuse me. So sorry, everyone. Aren't you glad I plugged my mic in while I sneeze? So is it like books we could all get? So because my question is, are Kindle Unlimited books just regular books we could all buy anywhere? Or are they specific books specifically for Kindle Unlimited? And you purchase a single Kindle book as well without the subscription. Okay. Interesting. And Anne's saying it was about an older man abusing a young child. Yeah, that needed a trigger warning. Yeah. But you know what I do, Anne? When people say, you really should read this book, or you should really watch this thing, or you should really get to know whatever, blah, 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 blah. I always ask, what is it about me? And what is it about this book that you think I need to do those? And most of the time people don't have any answer. They're just like, well, I like chocolate ice cream, so you need to eat chocolate ice cream. And I'm like, no, you got to tell me why I would like something. So here we have a situation where Anne has been told she must read this book because it's so good. And then it ends up traumatizing her because somebody didn't know Anne well enough to know that maybe this is not the kind of book she's going to want to read. So yeah, now at this point in my life, I will say, what is it about this book that you think I will like? And most people don't have an answer. And I'm like, okay, so you liked it, so you need everyone to like it. Really is what it boils down to. And Ren is saying, no, we can all buy Kindle Unlimited. Okay, so it's just based on the fact that it's a subscription and you get the, okay. Only because I don't do any of that. I'm not really into subscription things. I think trigger warnings are things that would fall more on the ARC reviewer side, as a thing might have affected their reading. Yeah, like if I'm reading a story and I find I'm triggered, then I'm probably going to mention that because there's probably somebody else who may be triggered by the same thing. But I would not expect a writer or a publisher to just put out blanket trigger warnings about everything under the sun. I think they need to be kind of reserved for, my personal opinion is that they need to be reserved for very specific sorts of things because, you know, like people are triggered by everything. And we can't, you know what I mean? We just can't be going through life that way. Like sometimes you just got to accept that, you know, people write about things that might, for some people, be upsetting. But if it's the kind of thing that for all people it should be upsetting, trigger warning. It's like a grape or a child unalived, things like that. Absolutely, those should be universal upsetting things. And that's my opinion and thoughts on that. Kindle Unlimited books are for sale on Amazon. You can sub per month and get these books for free instead of one per. Oh, interesting. I mean, instead of paying a price for each book, you pay once, like a subscription. Got it. Exactly, Ren. I think all the publisher needs to do is mention that a book contains darker themes so readers can use their own discretion to see if they want to read the book. Yeah. I think that is probably the most fair way of applying a trigger warning because yeah, like what triggers you I might be like, I don't get it. What's the problem? Right? And vice versa. So kind of like how some books in bookstores have stickers on them that say the book contains mature content with romances that can be mistaken for YA. Oh, you mean like the Pumpkin Spice Cafe? I've seen people on Facebook, like aunties and grandmothers on Facebook posting saying, you know, I've heard this book is wonderful. My 13-year-old is asking for it. Are there any thoughts? And everybody's like, no, because it's like softcore porn. You know, I didn't know that. When I picked it up, I thought it was a cozy little small town, cute story. That could have used a explicitness sticker on it. I read Sad Tiger by Nej Sino. it was written by a trauma survivor. That didn't bother me. Yeah. Like sometimes triggers are so incredibly personal that like there's no way for a publisher or a bookstore or a writer to figure out what's going to trigger the entire world. So yeah. Some YA are really heavy on the romance, aren't they? Well, Pumpkin Spice Cafe should not be called YA. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. All right. Let's see what we can do here. And there we go. All right. Let's show off some pictures because I got everything from my Discord. We will start with little baby. Little baby Marshall. Hi. How cute. Cute. How cute is this little puppy? Oh my gosh, this is Lola's new baby, Marshall. Marshall Pierre. Ren is saying, I think Pumpkin Spice is adult, but the cartoon cover throws people off. Yes. And there's nothing. There was nothing I saw or, read about this book that would have made me think that what was inside. Yeah, there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. So there is little Marshall. Thank you to Lola for sharing him with us. And now we're going to grab a different picture. Here. This is Red Pill Arts, baby. And look at the pillow. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. How cute is this? Yeah. Marshall, what a cute little terror. Oh, so sweet. Marshall is adorable. And I can't remember this dog's name. Hold on. I know Red Pill. What's the dog's name? Amila. So sweet. Look at that little face. Oh my gosh. When you have a man going out with his friends and bragging about traumatizing a fortune. Yeah. That would be. Is that in a book? Was that in the story that you were reading? Man, oh man. Lola's saying that little Marshall Pierre is sleeping right now. The pillow's amazing, right? Right. Thank you. I know I had to go back in my Discord to look and see what this pupper's name is. How sweet. I know I'm gonna need a pillow of my dog. Yeah. The puppers are so cute, aren't they? Yeah. What did Ren say? Hold on a second. Ren, I'm sorry, but that's wrong. What's wrong? Now I need to know what's wrong. And up next we have, this is one of Red Pill Art's paintings. How pretty is that? And Red Pill's paintings are all for sale. So if you go into my Discord and the little categories on the side, the very bottom, artists gonna Red Pill Art. And that is a spot that I made just for Red Pill Art to post photos of her paintings because you can buy them and she'll ship them to you from Canada. So if you pop in there and you see anything that you like, be sure to reach out to Red Pill Art, and she'll negotiate your purchase. this is actually very favorite Red Pill art paintings. There we go. That's so pretty, right? This is like the what did she call it? I said it was like a universe series, galaxy series. This is part of the galaxy series. And yeah, really pretty, right? I kind of want this one for myself. Kind of want this for myself. Your dog needs a pillow of you. He does. He does. He said Pumpkin Spice was adult with a cartoon cover. Pumpkin Spice Cafe is. It looks like a cozy mystery book, but it's not. It's not. It's very explicit. That's a great painting. I didn't get to see them yet. Yeah, they're all in the Discord. And Kelsey saying, such a cool painting. I'll check out the shop. So it's in my Discord, just at the very bottom on the left-hand side, you'll see artists gonna Red Pill art. And because everything's like reader's gonna read, drinker's gonna drink, knitter's gonna knit, blah, blah, blah. So you'll find that there. You'll find, and so Nikki's been dropping some of her work into her little category there. And Anne saying it reminded me of the book Orbit. Oh, I haven't read that one. We'll look it up. We will look it up. Okay, so the Crystal Cave we covered, Daughter of No Worlds, and Be Still My Unbeating Heart. Are those readers here still? If not, then we'll just skip them. And we will look at more pictures while we wait. I love that you all share your work and your activities. Love it. This I love. I love it all. I think these are socks. But if you look, they're like little Christmas trees. You can see the little like the tree stumps, the trunk of the tree. There we go. And so it's like little Christmas trees. Though that's so sweet. Little sockies. And we have my neighbor walking past with some dogs, not going to race out there to pet the dogs this time. And then these little socks, how sweet are these? I actually have a pattern for little ankle socks with the pom-poms from the 80s, like the 70s and 80s. Yeah, but these, I love the colors of these. And I like that the toe is like a different yarn. I think those are really sweet too. And then Carmen sent one more. Well, she sent a bunch, but I just pulled out 3. Whelm all of us. Orbital. It won the women's prize. Okay. We'll look it up. How sweet is that? I love the elephant's trunk. I have been looking at little elephant toy patterns lately, and the trunks, I'm not loving the trunks. This trunk is chef's kiss. It's beautiful. And you did such a beautiful job with the ears and everything. Like, how cute is it? And look at the sweater is like a little whale. And then the little pants. So cute. So cute. It's so incredibly cute. All right. That is okay. We're back here. Sorry. Remind me of the book Orbital. Okay, let's pull it up. Oh my gosh. And it won, it's Booker Prize winner. Samantha Harvey, am I looking at the right book? And Lola's saying that's good knitting. Yeah, this is really nice knitting. Like if you're not sure if someone is a good knitter, this is beautiful knitting here. This is like the tension is beautiful and the consistency is there. Even I've been knitting for almost 50 years, and sometimes I even look at my own knitting and think, what happened on that row? What was I doing on that row that it looks slightly different? But I'm also that person that I can spot like tiny little differences, so it drives me crazy. The stripes are cute. Yes. Kelsey Bops is saying, you're also good at knitting. It's a goal of mine to learn eventually. I'm going to do a knit along. So I'm actually going to do two. I'm going to, oh, you know what? Hold on one second. I'll show the little strawberry purses now that a couple more people are here. So this is the strawberry purse, and I've got the ribbon, so it goes like that, and it's like a little purse. So I'm going to do a knit along to teach how to make these. It is I made a whole bunch. The obsession was real. The obsession was very real. And I'm going to do a knit along. Start to finish, how to knit that. And the pattern's free, so the pattern will be there. I'm going to film it. I'm not going to do it live. I'm just going to film it. So you can jump in at any time. I'm also going to do a Sophie scarf knit along, but it's my version of a Sophie scarf because I couldn't find the pattern at the time, so I just made one up. And so I'm going to do that as well. So those will be the kind of knit alongs where I'm literally like, and this is how you cast on. So you'll see how to do everything, and I'm going to film it overhead so you'll be able to see it and knit along with me. I read Orbital. It hasn't stuck with me. All right, a slender novel of epic power and the winner of the Booker Prize 2024, Orbital deftly snapshots one day in the lives of 6 women and men traveling through space. Selected for one of the last space station missions of its kind before the program is dismantled, these astronauts and cosmonauts from America, Russia, Italy, Britain, and Japan have left their lives behind to travel at the speed of over 17,000 miles an hour as the Earth reels below. We glimpse moments of their earthly lives through brief communications with family, their photos and talismans. We watch them whip up dehydrated meals, float in gravity-free sleep, and exercise in regimented routines to prevent atrophying muscles. We witness them from bonds that will stand between them and utter solitude. Most of all, we are with them as they behold and record their silent blue planet. Their experiences of 16 sunrises and sunsets and the bright, blinking constellations of the galaxy are at once breathtakingly awesome and surprisingly intimate. That sounds interesting. And what is that? Atmosphere? Is that the book? That's kind of what came to mind as I was reading that, thinking, oh, this kind of reminds me of Atmosphere. Lola's saying, Kelsey, you can do it. It's 2 sticks and string. That's all. Yeah. Yep, it is. It is. Ren saying, I've got pumpkin spice tagged as adult on my Goodreads. Might be different for other people, though, and I've only seen the cartoonish styled cover for the book. Not sure if there's different covers. Yeah. Now that I'm thinking about it, because like I was looking up a book today, and I'm like, oh, how many different covers does this book need to have? And of course, they're all silly webpub. Let's see if we can save this JPEG. There we go. Okay, I'll pop the picture of what I know to be the Pumpkin Spice Cafe. I don't know how to make this. Oh, come on. Sorry. Yeah, I'm struggling. There we go. Oh, it's not. Um, I'm trying to make it. There we go. That's a little better. That's a little better as I'm like tech supporting myself, right? Like to me, that doesn't look like smut. Yeah. The elephant is awesome. Yeah, it is. It's so cute. So, so cute. And Carmen saying, thanks, everyone. Yeah, you're a beautiful knitter. Absolutely. And Ren is saying, I love the the outfit the elephant has. Yeah, so sweet. It happens to me too. Yeah, like sometimes you're like, what mood was I in when I knit that row? Like, what was going on there? That's great. Love tutorials. Yeah, I find even for myself, like say knitting these, I wish there had been a video to go along with it that I could have just seen a couple of the techniques. Instead, I just had to figure it out, which is fine because sometimes it's hard to visualize how something's actually going to work. Because knitting is a feat of structural engineering sometimes. So it's always nice to be able to see a video or even like a good series of photos of something before starting it. So you've got a good idea of where you're going with it. Having a cartoon cover is a great way to be able to read it around other people. There's a whole series up to number 5. Yeah, there's a whole bunch. There's the Cinnamon Bun Bookstore, the Christmas Tree Farm, the Strawberry Patch. Yeah, there's all kinds of things. They're all kind of. I won't be reading anymore. That's for sure. Only because, like if it was smutty but was like a really great story, then I'd be like, yeah, I'll keep going. But with this, I was like, this was not. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Yep, that's the cover I recognize. Granted, I also call all covers that don't have real people on them cartoon covers. Yeah, like it wasn't like like a Looney Tunes sort of thing. It was a drawing as opposed to, and it was cute. It looks like a sweet little cafe in a town where it's always October. Like, but yeah, so it's not really a cartoon per se. It's a drawing, I guess, is a good way to put it. Anne is saying the book To the Moon and Back by Eliana Ramage is similar to Atmosphere. To the Moon and Back is an Indigenous woman, like an American Indigenous woman, or I guess we're all Indigenous to somewhere, but I'm assuming an American, like a Native American. Is that what you mean? Ren is very true. Reading a book with a naked man on the cover in public would be odd. We all know what you're reading and listening to. I've seen the videos where the men are like, yeah, my headphones accidentally connected to my wife's Kindle, so I'm taking out trash now. I'm like, yep. Alicia, oh, I wondered where you were. I hope you're having a good day. And you've been a busy bee today. Hello, we're here for another little bit. Perhaps an illustrated cover is a better term. There we go. I knew we'd get there. I knew we would get there. An American Native person. Okay, got it. Got it. Pumpkin Spice Cafe was a cute read. See, this is why people fall for this. So, Alicia, we've had a whole big conversation about how this is not a cute read. It is softcore porn. And if you're not expecting it and you think it's just going to be a cute little cozy autumn town story, you're going to get a shock. And this is the book that needed a trigger warning. Because it was like, I was literally like, this is softcore porn. This is very smutty. And it wasn't like, I don't care. Knock yourselves out, right? I was expecting a cozy little story. Not this. That's so for me, I wasn't offended by the content. I was just offended by being misled by the cover and everybody saying, oh, it's so cute. That was not cute. That was not cute at all. No, no, no. No, no. And then, all right, I think we got to the bottom of the comments. Oh my goodness, we're doing such a good job. It's only taking us an hour to get through the comments. And Alicia's saying, I went to the bookstore and the post office and cleaned up the library a bit. Nice. Nice. Yeah, we'll see, Lola. Now you know it's softcore porn. I think we're going to have to make that a drinking game. I'll send it to you. But see, now that you know, then you might not be mad. You might not be surprised by it. Because I've read other books that were like cozy, and then it got to the brown chicken, brown cow part, and then they were like, fade to black, right? And so you know what's going on without it being that explicit. That's all. Just it took me by surprise. I have a friend that has a book cover that says how to kill your partner that she takes on plane planes. That's awesome. That's awesome. There's a book. It's actually a marketing book called something like How to Be a Cult Leader or something like that. And people get very offended by that. And I'm like, it's a marketing book. Simmer down. But I also assume almost every book with romance has smut. I guess, yeah, in this day and age, you have to assume it will be. But this was sold to me as a cute, cozy story. That's all. I was misled. I was lied to. And then Lola saying, "Ren, this is true." Yeah, that's why I read thrillers. Cults are cool. Yeah, she is an introvert. Well, no one's gonna bug her. No one's gonna talk to her. It depends on the level of spice, whether it's smut or not. If I have to hear a graphic description of the mechanics of it all, it's smut. If I know that people have gone into the other room for some brown chicken, brown cow, then it's not. So it tends to keep people away. Yeah. I might need that. Because I tell you, I'm that person that people talk to, and I'm that person that I don't want people talking to me. Like I was at an event, and I wasn't there for the event. My son was there for the event, and I took my book, I took my knitting, I took my snacks, my thermos of tea, because I had 6.5 hours to kill in a city a few hours from my house. So it's not like I could just go home and kill the day. I had to sit there. And, once you kind of get past all the usual pleasantries, and everybody, like the moms, we know what to do. We sit down, we just get on with our stuff, and, occasionally look up to chitty chat maybe a bit. But this woman kept talking and talking and talking and talking. And she was, like she was just talking about her problems. And then she said to me, "Can we connect on Facebook? You're a really nice person to talk to." And I'm like, no, like I'm not that, like I need my friendships and relationships to be balanced, and that it's not just me being someone's therapist. So yeah, I was just like, oh. So I might need that book cover, and I might need the same cover for my book. Instead of like how to win friends and influence people, more like how to make people go away would be a good one. And it's not like the conversation with the woman was all bad. Like she was showing me some of her embroidery. It was absolutely beautiful. Like it was amazing. But at the same time, I didn't really need to hear the details of every surgery she's ever had. And that's what I tend to get. And I don't know why. And I don't know why people do it. I don't know who's messaging me here now. Chit chat. Did somebody just drop? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Got another picture. Hold on, I'm gonna need to convert it. Hold on. I'll be quick. We just have a few minutes left. But Lola just sent a picture. That we Holy smokers. Convert. There we go. I had 2 appointments. I had an hour and a half in between. People kept trying to talk to me, right? And it's like, it's I saw a thing that was the description of a bore is somebody who takes up your time but doesn't enter. That's engage. But if you're then happens. And I got people texting me and there we go. Oh my gosh. This it all went crazy. It went crazy. And I don't know how to make it stop. Okay. We're adding a picture. I think we got it together here. Oh my gosh. Okay, we don't want that there. Oh, come on. Oh my goodness. Oh, everything is acting up now. Sorry, everyone. Something is stuck. Because when I click on the screen, I boom noise and it's not letting me do anything. Sorry, everyone. Anne saying she remembers having to make book covers with brown paper bags. Yeah, I remember that too. Used to love doing that because we color all of our textbooks and like personalize them so they weren't ugly textbooks anymore. All right. I think maybe we're getting back on track here. There we go. Oh my gosh. Okay. This is Lola's cat who apparently has given up on life. So cute. Let's see if we can there we go. Let's get rid of this pumpkin spice cafe. How sweet. This poor cat just passed out here. Just passed out. So sweet. Ooh, everything's just going haywire here. I wonder if I did that on the bus, would people not talk to me? It's worth trying, Anne. I can hear car doors. I sound like I'm in Parliament, and the elevator door keeps opening. The bells for Parliament. Go. There. All right. I think we need to make a challenge of covering our books maybe we'll do a little book cover contest and see who does the best cover. We'll all vote on who was the most creative, and record for everyone to share their links to their bookshelf. This is being really weird. This is all haywire here. Can you see that in the last? What is going?